Alright, morning everyone. So I have got it set up a bit different because this is our first break and I haven't opened any 22 traders yet. So this is my first time opening traders with you guys, or at all. So I've set the tray up on this other camera over here, and we're going to have the big camera on at least for the first break, and we'll see how we go. So this is our 22 Traders Priority. We'll keep that one till the end. We've got our case, and we'll start with our starter packs. What have we got first? Let's go with Newsagent. Let me bring our chat boxes back up. Actually, before I do get started, I don't know how many of you would know already. I know a couple of people know, but we have found an error in the case cards. Now Meninga Legends case card still has Ricky Stewart, Laurie Daly, sorry, on the back. So I just thought I'd share that with everyone. And yeah, no, we have no idea about replacements. So for anyone that hasn't seen it, there's the ET one. Unfortunately, because we got them so late with packing orders and that, we obviously haven't got anything individually listed on the website. They will come over the next week as we get through them as quick as possible. Alright, so I am just going to try and rip these open. I thought I was going to have more luck with these. Maybe not. Normally we got Dad with the Stanley knife cutting these for us to start off with. It's a lot quicker. If you want to come, yeah, I was hoping it was going to be easier, but it's not. I'm struggling anyway. We'll go through these ones. He'll come along and get them open for us. Alright. So just remember guys, I actually don't know what I'm looking at as yet. We've got a black Power Heroes, Harry Grant for the Storm. Okay, they are numbered out of 100. We've got number 35. Oh, picked them up the wrong way. So, and that's number 8 out of 18 in the set. So what have we got? Green. We've got the logo card. So that'll be the first 8 teams, I'm assuming, with the 18. And that's number 61 out of 200. So I already know Jared Rees is doing the same thing. So I'll get Dad to double. I don't know if you're going to be able to.
Well,
do we have a set of these open? Just the normal ones, the Power Heroes?
No, we hardly opened anything. We've been concentrating on orders.
I wasn't sure if we'd have enough.
I don't know.
Out of the case.
We haven't opened the case.
Yeah. Alright, well there you go. So we'll figure that out, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be the first 8 teams and the second 8 teams with that one. As I said, I haven't opened any of these as yet. This is my first time, so I'm still learning, guys. 200 out of 200. Green, Ben Hunt. For the Dragons. 200 out of 200. Another green, Tommy Talau for the Tigers. 129 out of 200.
We'll put these ones back on their face so when you've finished that one, you know that.
Yep. So we'll get the packs out of here. Alright. Blue. Not numbered but limited to 390. And we have Toby Rudolph for the Sharks. Alright, another blue, Daniel Saifidi for the Knights. Another blue, Nick Kotrick for the Bulldogs. Ben Hunt, blue for the Dragons. Another blue, Kieran Foran for Manly. Hey Jeff. James Tedesco, blue for the Roosters. Oh, what am I doing? Checking messages and got distracted. Well, there's the first packet that we'll go through anyway. 150, so pink. Josh Papali for the Raiders. Numbered out of 150, and we have number 103. I'm not going to remember all these numberings. You probably remember them better than I do. Alright, so we're nearly going through these. Another pink, 149. Nick Kotrick for the Bulldogs. $149. Another pink. Power Hero, the face card. So that'll get randomised. $165 out of 200. Mr. Harry Grant in the green. $84 out of 150 in the pink, Ben Hunt for Dragons. Well, I've just done it again. Looking at the screens, getting distracted. Concentrate, Jared. Alright, number 90 out of 200, Brian Toto for the Panthers. We've got a black. Nice low number, number 4 for the Knights, Daniel Saifiti. We're gonna get this one done once we know roughly how long this will take. The next one should be a bit quicker again. Then we'll be able to work out how many we can get, should be able to get done. Green emblem, number 14, so that's the second logo, and number 12, so that'll get randomized. And that's our box of starters. Newsagents. Mini case. Alright. Cody Walker. Parallel for the Rabbits. Yeah, so far in the flyer and the checklist, I wasn't sold on them, but looking at them last night in the videos and now in hand, I don't mind them. Yeah. Tyson Smoothie, Rising Stars for the Storm. Ronaldo Mulitalo, Parallel for Sharks. Season to Remember, Corey Norman for the Dragons. Bradman Best, Parallel for Knights. Team High Performance for the Roosters. Katoni Staggs, Parallel for Broncos. Not off the top of my head, DK. I'm pretty sure you're in one of the first two. I think it's you and Nathan Thompson in the first pick your teams. So this one's our first random team, 141. Pretty sure it's 142 or 143 maybe, DK. Katoni Stags, parallel for Broncos. Dad reckons everyone's going to have to miss out because whichever one you're going in is going to be last in our deco. We took a vote. Murray Talagi, Rising Stars for the Cowboys. William Kennedy, parallel for Sharks. So we don't have any Legends SIG cards yet, but I'm pretty sure from what I've seen, they're both redemptions. Good old Rent-A crowd in the background. Jerome Luai, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Keenan Palacia for the Broncos. Corey Waddell, parallel for Bulldogs. Our heroes for the Raiders, Josh Papali. We don't normally put the star tunes in. Dad works all that out at the other end. Jared Wallace, parallel for Titans. Rising Stars, Tyson Smoothie for Storm. Sio Sifa Talakai for the Sharks, parallel. Yeah, starting tomorrow, guys. Yay. We got some footy. I've been watching the women's, but normal rounds start tomorrow. So if you're not in the tipping comp, make sure you sort that out. If you need to inbox us, email us. If you're not on Facebook, to find out how. But the information is on Facebook that you can view without having to have an account with Facebook. That it's all public. High performance for Cowboys. Reece Robson. Tigers parallel checklist. So most of you are aware we didn't get our order until late last night. Well, yesterday evening by the time we finished. I didn't get home till after 8. So yeah, I haven't had a chance to open any of this, so I'm sort of looking at it as we go as well. Jake Turpin, parallel for Broncos. Try and get a good look at it in this break, and then the next one will be a bit quicker. Rising Stars, Talator Amon for the Dragons. Chance Nico Klokstad, parallel for the Raiders. High performance for the Bulldogs, Will Hopewate. Joseph Suwali, parallel for the Roosters. There we go, we haven't had one of these yet. Okay, this is just the normal one. Master and Apprentice, Jaden Sullivan for the Dragons. Got Bulldogs parallel checklist while I quickly have a drink. Team High Performance for the Roosters. Payne Huss, parallel for Broncos. Murray Talagi, Rising Stars for Cowboys. Blake Brayley, parallel for the Sharks. Nathan Cleary, parallel for Panthers. Season to remember, Alex Johnston for the Rabbits. Where are we? Over there, first Rabbits. Luke Brooks, parallel for Tigers. So I know a lot of people will be at work and that, so they won't be able to watch straight away. But if you are in the break, we know you can watch it later on. You can fast forward and whatnot. Ruben Garrick, season to remember for Manly. Dallin Watine Zalesniak, parallel for Warriors. Master and Apprentice, black, not numbered. I thought the blacks were numbered. Alright. William Kennedy for the Sharks. Satili Tupinoa, parallel for Roosters. Ben Hunt, Power Heroes for the Dragons. We've got a few Ben Hunt Power Heroes. Dylan Brown, parallel for Eels. You know, I'd be pretty excited if we hit a Legend Sig in these starter packs. I don't know if there is any in the starter packs, but it'd be an awesome start to the break. Tarek Sims, parallel for Dragons. We'd still have 2 more chances at 2 more Legend Sigs. I wonder if we could do it. High Performance for the Raiders, Jordan Rapana. Tom Dearden, parallel for Cowboys. Rising Stars, Dominic Young for the Knights. Eels, parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Kenan Palacia for the Broncos. Josh Jackson, parallel for Bulldogs. Sam Walker, season to remember for the Roosters. Ryan Sutton, parallel for Raiders. Tessie New, parallel for Broncos. High Performance, Valentine Holmes for Cowboys. Tommy Talau, parallel for Tigers. If you are watching and you're in any of the breaks, and you've got one of our album and base sets, can you please make sure it's marked off on our end? We're pretty sure we have them all, but just want to make sure. Rising Stars for the Kiku Manu for the Bulldogs. Ewan Aiken, parallel for the Warriors. Rabbitohs parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Tuki Mia for the Tigers. Joseph Tapine, parallel for the Raiders. If you are watching live, let me know what you think of the cards, whether you've seen them elsewhere already or seen them for the first time. Tommy Talau, Power Heroes for the Tigers. Aaron Clark, parallel for Titans. Master and Apprentice, Josh Curran for the Warriors. Mitchell Barnett, parallel for Knights. Upper side Coruscant, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Harley Smith Shields for the Raiders. Nelson Asafa Solomona, parallel for Storm. Rising Stars, Rocco Berry for the Warriors. Felice Kafusi, parallel for Storm. Yeah, I've seen that. Well, unfortunately, none of our signatures would be interesting to any of you guys, and someone like Ryan Pappenhausen and the boys, well, it's pretty hard to pass up. High Performance, Payne Huss for Broncos. Kieran Foran, parallel for Manly. I mean, I'm happy to sign it if you want me to. But, yeah, I don't think that my signature will do any good to you. Franklin Pillay, Rising Stars for the Sharks. But yeah, when I seen that, I thought that was a really good deal for them, or for their customers. Blake Glory, parallel for Dragons. I think they were also signing, I don't know about in the 22 traders, but in past breaks they were signing the Storm cards. Tanila Paseka, foil authentic Sig for Manly. Oh, and these are actually numbered. The foils are numbered this year. Number 64 out of 250. I thought these would just be limited. But no. Scott Drinkwater, parallel for Cowboys. Alexander Brimson, parallel for Titans. Rising Stars, Will Pensini for the Eels. Keon Kolomatangi, parallel for Rabbitohs. Season to remember, Jaden Brayley for the Knights. The Molly Olakatu, Olako-Atu, parallel for Manly. Did you know the foil SIGs were actually numbered this year?
I did actually. Quite coincidentally. Looking at this one, you would think that would be the top end one with the colours in it, really nice.
Is that the foil, is it?
That's the foil.
What was the one I just had? Manly, I think. Yeah, right. I didn't even think, because this one's just the maroon, but now, yeah.
Yeah, the foil SIGs are the nicer ones.
Yeah, the black and the whites are the normal. The high performance for the Raiders, Josh Hodgson. Valentine Holmes, parallel for Cowboys. Alright, Master and Apprentice, Josh Curran for the Warriors. Daniel Saifiti, parallel for the Knights. Jack Bird, parallel for Dragons. Rising Stars, Dominic Young for the Knights. Junior Paulo, parallel for Eels. Rising Stars, Talator Amon for the Dragons. I'm sure we'll get a Dragon supporter that will know that one. Raiders checklist parallel. Alex Johnston, season to remember for the Rabbitohs. David Nofaluma, parallel for Tigers. Club Hero for Player of the Year for the Tigers. Dane Laurie. So they're 2 per team. Still, what am I doing? Wrong side. Dan Wateen Zalesniak, parallel for the Warriors. Rising Stars, Tukimia Simpkins for the Tigers. Chance Nicole Klokstad, parallel for the Raiders. 4 more packets, and I'm pretty sure, yep, that's our Newsagent box done. Rising Stars, Rocco Berry for the Warriors. Christian Welsh, parallel for Storm. So we can get them packed up and moved along. Once we've finished, we'll end the video and then I'll take photos of the numbered or the bigger hits, and we'll post them in the group later on today. It's just so we can get on to the next one and also get these ones packed up and ready for postage. Blake Ferguson, season remember for the Eels. Stephen Crichton, parallel for Panthers. When we get a few pictures, scans done with majority of the cards, then I might do a review of 22 Traders per se. Luke Brooks, Club Hero for the Tigers. That's both Club Heroes for the Tigers. And Liza Katoa, parallel for the Warriors. Jaden Campbell, Rising Stars for the Titans. Sam Walker, parallel for the Roosters. Alright. All in all, guys, I'm actually really liking it. I mean, I think the Power Heroes faces are a bit weird. I like the Startoons version of that sort of caricature. But so far what I've seen, Master and Apprentice, red out of 200. Mr. Mitchell Moses for the Eels. Number 68. Master and Apprentice red. 170, Mr. Josh Papali for the Raiders. Master and Apprentice red for the Sharks, Liam Kennedy, number 195. Master and Apprentice blue out of 50. Cody Walker for the Rabbitohs. And that's number 15. I quite like them. I like the blue. We've got sort of blue flames on the back. That's what it looks like anyway. Quite like that. Master and Apprentice a green out of 75 for the Titans, a Beau Fermor. Don't know. See the shimmer. And yeah, number 20 out of 75 for the Titans. Another blue out of 50, Matt Moylan for the Sharks. Number 9, nice. I don't have a team list up, so unfortunately I don't know who's hitting well and not at the moment. Master and Apprentice of red out of 200, and Jerome Hughes for the Storm. Jerome will definitely be a sought after card. Lots of Storm supporters out there, that's for sure. Master and Apprentice red for the Titans, a Beau Fermor. Number 176. Master and Apprentice red for the Knights, number 63. Oh. Master Apprentice of green, Mitchell Pearce for the Knights. Nice low one, number 3. Especially for the 200, number 6. Master and Apprentice for the Rabbitohs, Blake Tough. Number 6. Master and Apprentice red for the Roosters, Daniel Tupou, number 141. Unfortunately, we don't have any more breaks listed with the starter packs, guys, but we do have a couple of we have one break listed, which is on the website and Facebook. It's a 16 spot random team. We have a Raz up for our last spot in the 8 spot pick your team draft pick. Once that's sold out, we'll put another one up. And who knows, there might be something new that pops up. Master and Apprentice red 143 for the Bulldogs, Josh Jackson. Alright, what do we got? 5 more starter packs. Oh, number 1 out of 50. Master Apprentice Blue for the Roosters. Joseph Suwali. That's a nice little score. Alright, number 100 out of 200. Master Apprentice Red for the Broncos. Herbie Farmworth. Master Apprentice Red for the Tigers. Stefano Utakamanu, number 68. Master Apprentice in the green for the Panthers, Isaac Tago. Number 18. Alright, now lucky last. Master Apprentice Red. Number 27, Jake Trbojevic for Manly. Number 27 for that one, guys. Alright. So as I said, we'll keep our priority box to last. We'll get these ones open, and then we'll get stuck into the case. Obviously, if it's a teamed case card, that'll go to the team. I think they are just team in the hobbies. That's the only ones that's in there?
Yeah, legends are only in the...
Yeah,
And the league leaders are in the Newsagent cases.
yeah, okay. Rising Stars, Hayes Dunster for the Eels. Daniel Tupou, parallel for the Roosters. Raiders parallel checklist. Master and Apprentice, Mitch Moses for the Eels. Corey Waddell, parallel for Bulldogs. Master and Apprentice for the Storm, Cooper Johns. I like that one with the purple. Tommy Turbo for Manly, parallel. Season to remember, Matt Duffy for the Dragons. Cody Walker, parallel for the Rabbits. So I did just look at how long we've been going for, guys. So if I'm going to get through a few of these today, I need to hurry up. So High performance Isaiah Yo for the Panthers. Valentine Holmes, parallel for Cowboys. Toby Rudolph, Power Heroes for the Sharks. Daniel Saifidi, parallel for Knights. I've seen an article that a lot of coaches had agreed with putting a second team into New Zealand. Rising Stars, Jaden Sullivan for the Dragons. William Kennedy, parallel for the Sharks. In all honesty, I think they would struggle with supporters. Season to remember, Daly Cherry Evans for Manly. Junior Paulo, parallel for Eels. Rising Stars, Josh Schuster for Manly. Jack Bird, parallel for Dragons. David Nofaluma, parallel for Tigers. Season to remember, Jordan Rapana for the Raiders. Apasai Coruscant, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Zach Cheney for the Tigers. Jake Turpin, parallel for Broncos. Sean Munster was the newest recruit for 4 Point. James Tedesco, Club Heroes for the Roosters. Rabbitohs parallel checklist. High performance, Isaac Liu for the Roosters. And Jack Hetherington, parallel for Bulldogs. Bradman Best, parallel for Knights. Adam Dewey, parallel for Tigers. Toby Rudolph, Power Heroes for Sharks. Jaden Brayley, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Jaden Sullivan for the Dragons. Sharks parallel checklist. Josh Schuster, Rising Stars for Manly. Mikhail Ravalawa, parallel for Dragons. High Performance, Isaiah Yo for Panthers. Kyle Felt, parallel for Cowboys. Season to remember, Chad Townsend for the Sharks. Nathan Brown, parallel for the Eels. Rising Stars, Jira Mimosa, I think, for the Knights. David Fafita, parallel for the Titans. Josh Jackson, Club Hero for Bulldogs. Thomas Burgess, parallel for the Rabbits. Xavier Savage, Rising Stars for the Raiders. Jeremy Marshall King, parallel for Bulldogs. Rising Stars, Greg Marzu for the Titans. Andrew McCulloch, parallel for Dragons. Hopefully I get to hear some of these Rising Stars names shortly. Not that the commentators always get it right, but they've normally been given a heads up or something. Isaiah Papali'i, season to remember for the Eels. Cohen Hess, parallel for Cowboys. Xavier Savage, Rising Stars for the Raiders. Josh Jackson, parallel for Bulldogs. Rising Stars, Trent Leroy, I don't know. Rising Stars for Storm. Felice Kafusi, parallel for Storm. Season to remember, Alex Glenn for Broncos. Elliot Whitehead, parallel for Raiders. Rising Stars, Jaden Sullivan for the Dragons. Blake Brayley, parallel for Sharks. So I think we're about halfway through the packets for our second mini starter case. Power Heroes, Josh Papali for the Raiders. Mitchell Barnett, parallel for Knights. High Performance, Matt Burton for the Panthers. Tom Dearden, parallel for Cowboys. Power Hero emblem, so first one. That'll be randomised at the end. Payne Huss, parallel for Broncos. Jermaine Hopgood for the Panthers. Rising Stars. Amoli Olakatu for Manly Parallel. Nelson Asafa Solomona, Parallel for Storm. Yes, please. I'm almost finished my coke. My throat's a bit sore. I'm not used to talking like this for a while. And Xavier Savage, Rising Stars for the Raiders. And Corey Waddell, Parallel for Bulldogs. Last break we did was the Brett Horsnell break. His GoFundMe page is in our video description, guys, on YouTube and Facebook. Luke Brooks, Season to Remember for the Tigers. Reece Robson, Parallel for Cowboys. Greg Marzu, Rising Stars for Titans. Dragons Parallel Checklist. Rising Stars, Zach Cheney for the Tigers. Tyson Gamble, Parallel for Broncos. Season to Remember, Daniel Saifiti for the Knights. Emery Gula, Parallel for Raiders. Jake Avarillo, Season to Remember for the Bulldogs. Liam Martin, Parallel for Panthers. Season to Remember, Chad Townsend for the Sharks. Eels Parallel Checklist. Rising Stars, Josh Schuster for Manly. Tarek Sims, Parallel for the Dragons. Davida Tatola, Parallel, no, base, sorry. Ooh, predictor. And actually, I wouldn't be. I think this team's going to be up there, to be honest. I think Mr. Addo Carr's going to bring something towards the team and lift up a few of the younger boys and a bit of more team spirit. Number 74 for the Bulldogs. Luke Brooks, Parallel for the Tigers. Who's everyone tipping for premiership this year? Panthers going back to back. Storm going to take it back, or are we going to have a new one like the Bulldogs? High performance. Isaac Blue for the Roosters. Corey Allen, Parallel for Bulldogs. Joseph Tapine for the Raiders, parallel. Rising Stars, Sam Walker for the Roosters. Jai Arrow, parallel for Rabbits. Rising Stars, Lachlan Elias, I think that's how it is, for the Rabbits. Jazz Tavega, parallel for the Warriors. Sam Williams, Rising Stars for the Raiders. Roosters parallel checklist. Club Hero, Helam Lukey for the Cowboys. Rookie of the year. Did he play? He played 11 games, okay. He did play last year. Angus Crichton, parallel for the Roosters. Season to remember, Addo Carr for the Storm. Tino Louis. I had that. We'll work on that one again. Parallel for the Titans. Big Tino for the Titans. Fussamuli. I think that's right. Fussamuli. Something like that. Close. Kieran Foran. Power Heroes for Manly. Jordan Ricky. Parallel for the Broncos. Alright, and our last packet for our starter packs. So we'll do all our randomizations at the end, guys. Whoop. So we have a few logo cards there. Jermaine Hopgood, Rising Stars for Panthers. Lachlan Croker, parallel for Manly. Croker. Spelt Croker, but for some reason I think that's wrong. Someone might have already told me that one last year. Alright. So now I'll just pull the case out. It's hiding at the back there. How are we going to do this? I need some... I'm stealing one of these.
Oh, yeah.
They'll get pulled out shortly and sorted anyway. Yeah, I know. They're over the end there, I think. Nah, it was just this lot. Once I get this lot put away, I'm sweet. Alright. Those cards. And our case. Here we go. Oh, this will be a popular case card. Number 23 out of 30 for the Roosters, James Tedesco. So we'll just put that to the side. I'm not sure if I should be able to see it. Get these out. Alright. So my daughter's prep teachers asked for boxes. What a mistake that was. I'm sure by the end of it they'll be telling me to stop. No more. Alright, so first box. Need my gun back. Get over here. Finish that off. Let's go. High Performance, Mikhail Ravalawa for the Dragons. Ronaldo Mulitalo, parallel for the Sharks. Joseph Suwali, parallel for Roosters. Rising Stars, Zach Cheney for the Tigers. I'm just going to open my other screen so I can check what the camera's doing. Marshall. Oh, sorry guys. Luke Brooks, parallel for Tigers. Master and Apprentice are both Warmore for the Titans. Beyond Kolomatangi, parallel for the Rabbits. Let me... work on that camera. Yeah, we've got to put up with the taping noise. That's all the orders going out, guys. There's nothing we can do about it. Jura Mimosa, Rising Stars for the Knights. Corey Allen, parallel for Bulldogs. I'll set that focus up better for the next video. Isaac Luke, retirements for Broncos. Oh, I put that in the wrong way around. Blake Laurie, parallel for Dragons. Rising Stars, Josh Schuster for Manly. That focus is really bad. Bradman's Best, parallel for Knights. Master and Apprentice, Cooper Johns for the Storm. Tom Dearden, parallel for Cowboys. Rising Stars, Jermaine Hopgood, Panthers. Rabbitohs parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Greg Marzu for the Titans. Mitchell Barnett, parallel for Knights. Season to remember, Luke Brooks for the Tigers. Nelson Asafa Solomona, parallel for Storm. Hamoli Olakuatu, parallel for Manly. Aaron Clark, parallel for Titans. Rising Stars, Trent Leroux for Storm. Alexander Brinson for Titans. Stephen Crichton, parallel for Panthers. Matt Burton, high performance for Panthers. Felice Kafusi, parallel for Storm. Season to remember, Daly Cherry Evans for Manly. Scott Drinkwater, parallel for Cowboys. High performance, Daniel Tupou for the Roosters. Ewan Aiken, parallel for Warriors. Rising Stars, Hayes Dunster for the Eels. Tessie New, parallel for Broncos. High performance, Josh Addo-Carr for the Storm. Tarek Sims, parallel for Dragons. Satili Tupinoa, parallel for Roosters. Rising Stars, Jaden Sullivan for the Dragons. Dylan Brown, parallel for Eels. Team high performance for Manly. Nathan Cleary, parallel for Panthers. Season to remember, Jake Averillo for the Bulldogs. Blake Brayley, parallel for Sharks. Rising Stars, Sam Walker for the Roosters. Ryan Sutton, parallel for Raiders. Blake Taff, Rising Stars for the Rabbits. Payne Haas, parallel for Broncos. Master and Apprentice, Emery Gula, black for the Raiders. Dylan Watine Zelezniak, parallel for Warriors. Season to remember, Daniel Saifiti for the Knights. Sam Walker, parallel for Roosters. Rising Stars, Xavier Savage for the Raiders. Eliza Katoa, parallel for the Warriors. Oh, another predictor for the Cowboys. Number 149. Eels parallel checklist. So we just had a spam comment on YouTube that I had to get rid of. Daniel Saifiti, power hero for the Knights. Tommy Talau, parallel for Tigers. Roger Tuivasa-Sheck, season to remember for the Warriors. Chance Nico Klokstad, parallel for Raiders. Rising Stars, Luke Metcalf for the Sharks. Bulldogs parallel checklist. Valentine Holmes, Power Heroes for the Cowboys. Kieran Foran, parallel for Manly. Two packets left in our first box. That's scary. We're only into the first box and we've already been on for an hour and a half. Taylor for feeder, season to remember for Titans. Josh Jackson, parallel for the Bulldogs. Yes. Excuse my language. Club of Heroes, Best and Fairest, Tommy Turbo for Manly. And Joseph Tapine, parallel for the Raiders. So technically we have done 4 boxes. We did 2 mini starter cases, which is 3 packets per starter pack, and there's 18 packets. I think that's right. Both their mini starters equals up to 3 boxes, plus the bonus cards. Pair Heroes for Bulldogs, Nick Kotrick. Mikhail Ravalawa, parallel for Dragons. That's just me trying to make myself feel better anyway. Kyle Felt, parallel for Cowboys. Rabbitohs parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Toby Sexton for Titans. Jaden Brayley, parallel for Knights. Season to remember, David Nofaluma for the Tigers. Jesse Bromwich, parallel for Storm. Rising Stars, Dean Amia for the Storm. Lachlan Croker, parallel for Manly. Master Apprentice, Isaiah Yo for Panthers. Aaron Clark, parallel for Titans. High Performance, David Nofaluma for the Tigers. Josh Curran, parallel for Warriors. Power Heroes, Katoni Staggs for the Broncos. Victor Radley, parallel for Roosters. So yeah, also from the numbers that I've seen that's come out that I've double checked, it is the same as the Star Tunes. First 8 teams are featured on number 5 logo, and the second 8 are the number 14. Well, all that realistically, it's the picture on the back. It makes up the 9 card picture. So number 5 goes with the first one, with the first 8 teams, and yeah. Davy Mole, Rising Stars for the Rabbits. And James Fisher Harris, parallel for Panthers. Murray Talagi, season to remember for the Cowboys. Kieran Foran, parallel for Manly. Second predictor for the case. Third one for the break. For the Dragons, number 219. Jordan Ricky, parallel for Broncos. High performance, Wade Egan for the Warriors. Nathan Brown, parallel for Eels. Stephen Crichton, parallel for Panthers. High performance, Jaden Brayley for the Knights. Tessie New, parallel for Broncos. Master and Apprentice, Blake Taff for the Rabbits. Renato Mulitalo, parallel for Sharks. Rising Stars, TC Rabati for Broncos. Tommy Talau, parallel for the Tigers. Season to remember, Brian Toto for Panthers. Dylan Brown, parallel for Eels. Jack Hetherington, season to remember for the Bulldogs. Sharks parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Jake Simpkin for the Tigers. Adam Dewey, parallel for Tigers. Rising Stars, Jason Saab for Manly. Justin Olam, parallel for Storm. Hopefully at least another 2. It just depends on how long they take. So we should at least get through 3 today and try and push for a 4th. We'll just see how we go. Rising Stars, Helam Lukey for the Cowboys. Felice Kafusi, parallel for the Storm. I'll probably definitely need to get a cushion for the next break. Yeah, there's one on the, there should be one on the chair, I just haven't grabbed it. Isaiah Papalo. Club hero for the Eels. Manly parallel checklist. Just chuck it down. Yeah, that helps heaps. Rising Stars, Taylor May. Yeah, right. Rising Stars for Panthers, David Fafita, parallel for Titans. I wonder if he's related to Tyrone. Jaden Campbell, season to remember for Titans. Thomas Burgess, parallel for Rabbits. A lot of players coming out of Mount Druitt lately. Well, especially for Panthers anyway. Jeremy Marshall King, parallel for Bulldogs. Master and Apprentice, and Jake Arthur for the Eels. Bradman Best, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Joseph Sawali for the Roosters. Elliot Whitehead, parallel for Raiders. High Performance, Damien Cook for the Rabbits. Big Tino for the Titans. Dry Arrow, parallel for Rabbits. Team High Performance for the Rabbits. Corey Allen, parallel for Bulldogs. Rising Stars, Aaron Shoup for Bulldogs. Scott Drinkwater, parallel for Cowboys. Teague Wilton, Rising Stars for Sharks. Joseph Tapine, parallel for Raiders. Season to remember, Josh Curran for the Warriors. Eliza Katoa, parallel for the Warriors. Rising Stars, Edward Cossey for the Warriors. Sam Walker, parallel for the Roosters. So when I do the team pictures at the end, guys, it won't be individual cards of the parallels and the lower end inserts. I'll do them in piles. Any numbered cards, I'll make sure I get a picture of them individually, if that makes sense. Blake Laurie, parallel for the Dragons. From what I've seen, unless we get doubles, should get majority of the lower end inserts for your team. Right. Rising Stars, Dominic Young for the Knights. Thomas Burgess, parallel for the Rabbits. Season to Remember, Matt Burton for the Panthers. Regan Campbell-Gillard, parallel for the Eels. Jeremy Marshall-King, parallel for Bulldogs. High Performance, a Jordan Rapana for the Raiders. Elliot Whitehead, parallel for the Raiders. Master and Apprentice, Tohu Harris for the Warriors. Josh Curran, parallel for the Warriors. Rising Stars, Harley Smith Shields for the Raiders. Victor Radley, parallel for the Roosters. Rising Stars, Keenan Palacia for the Broncos. And James Tamo, parallel for the Tigers. Season to Remember, Albert Kelly for the Broncos. James Fisher-Harris, parallel for Panthers. Jordan Ricky, parallel for Broncos. Matt Moylan, parallel for Sharks. Rising Stars, Will Pennicini. Sharks parallel checklist. Well, number 14 logo for the Power Heroes. Broncos parallel checklist. Master and Apprentice, Ben Hunt for the Dragons. Adam Dewey, parallel for the Tigers. Rising Stars, Taltor Amoni for the Dragons. Nathan Brown, parallel for the Eels. Season to remember, Wade Graham for the Sharks. Mikhail Ravalawa, parallel for the Dragons. Master Apprentice, Kevin Proctor for the Titans. Kyle Felt, parallel for Cowboys. High Performance, Payne Huss for Broncos. Salami Kickout, parallel for Panthers. Jaden Brayley, parallel for Knights. Oh, darn. Season to remember, Ewan Aiken for the Warriors. Cody Nicarima, parallel for the Warriors. Rising Stars, Rocco Berry for the Warriors. Jared Riera Hargraves, parallel for the Roosters. Club Heroes, Marcelo Montoya for the Warriors. Cody Ramsey, parallel for Dragons. Foil Sig, Alex Johnston for the Rabbits, number 158. Parallel for the Raiders, Jack Whiten. Rising Stars, Jaden Campbell for the Titans. Jason Tormalolo, parallel for the Cowboys. Season to remember, Adam Dewey for the Tigers. Tyson Frizzell, parallel for the Knights. Franklin Peely, Palais, Rising Stars for the Sharks. Jake Avarillo, parallel for the Bulldogs. Storm parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Tuki Mejia Simpkins. We'll call him Big Tuki. He looks pretty big. He's a second row for the Tigers. Big Tuki. Clinton Guffson, parallel for the Eels. Hopefully these young boys will get some time in the early rounds and I can hear their names pronounced, because at the moment I've got no clue. Rising Stars, Tyson Smoothie for the Storm. Daly Cherry Evans, parallel for Manly. Power Hero, Brian To'o for Panthers. Damien Cook, parallel for Rabbits. High Performance, Will Hopewade for the Bulldogs. Jake Granville, parallel for Cowboys. Jake Clifford, parallel for Knights. High Performance, Valentine Holmes for the Cowboys. Milwaukee Fodawaker, parallel for Titans. Team High Performance, Mikhail Ravalawa, Jack Bird, Andrew McCulloch for the Dragons. Justin Olam, parallel for Storm. Rising Stars, Murray Talagi for the Cowboys. Manly parallel checklist. 2 more packets for the third box in the case. Rising Stars, Falakiku Manu for the Bulldogs. Josh Kerr, parallel for Dragons. Season to Remember, Valentine Holmes for the Cowboys. David Fafita, parallel for Titans. Our hero for the Titans, Alexander Brinson. Emery Gula, parallel for Raiders. So that's something I've just clicked onto as well. On the back of the Power Heroes, I'm assuming they're all going to be the same because I know the majority of the ones I paid attention to. The picture on the back isn't actually the same team as the one on the front. So if you want, even if you're just trying to get your team, you'd have to probably get 2. Stefano Ushkamanu, parallel for the Tigers. Well, that's Titans, but it's got the Storm.
Oh, it's got 9 cards again.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Rising Stars, Valami Vailea for the Warriors. Apposite Coruscant, parallel for Panthers. Club Hero, Jacob Saifidi for the Knights. Jake Turpin, parallel for Broncos. Rising Stars, Kobe Hetherington for the Broncos. Sifa Talakai, parallel for Sharks. Master and Apprentice, Jake Trbojevic. Oh, Master and Apprentice Black. Toby Rudolph, parallel for Sharks. Nathan Cleary, season to remember for the Panthers. Tigers, parallel checklist. Michael Sivo, parallel for Eels.
That's exactly, doesn't it?
Rising Stars, Bailey Biondi Otto for the Bulldogs. Andrew McCulloch, parallel for the Dragons. High performance, Tom Trbojevic for Manly. Cohen Hess, parallel for Cowboys.
We're all boys.
Sam Williams, season to remember for the Raiders. Tyson Gamble, parallel for Broncos. Harry Grant, Power Heroes for Storm. Jacob Saifiti, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Dijon Assi for the Cowboys. Christian Welsh, parallel for Storm. Tom Trbojevic, parallel for Manly. Easy to remember, Mr. Hammer Fido for the Cowboys. Jared Wallace. Seen he's been doing a few breaks as well, guys. Not much NRL, but other stuff. Rising Stars, Lachlan Elias. Rabbits, Liam Martin, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Matt Croker for the Knights. Cody Walker, parallel for the Rabbits. High Performance and David Fafita for the Titans. Corey Waddell, parallel for Bulldogs. Season to Remember, Jesse Bromwich for the Storm. Jack Hetherington, parallel for Bulldogs. Tohu Harris, parallel for Warriors. Master and Apprentice, Mr. Corey Oates for the Broncos. Angus Crichton, parallel for Roosters. Matthew Tomoko, Rising Stars for the Raiders. Daniel Tupou, parallel for the Roosters. Season to Remember, Xavier Coates for Broncos. Jerome Luai, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Rarimo Grieg for the Eels. Katoni Staggs, parallel for Broncos. I was wondering what that was. High Performance, Micah Sivo for the Eels. William Kennedy, parallel for Sharks. I am going to quickly run to the toilet after we finish this box, guys. I'll be a couple of minutes. Rising Stars, Egan Butcher for the Roosters. Chanel Harris Tavita, parallel for the Warriors. Oh, here we go. Haven't seen, or actually I have seen one in other photos, but the creator, Ben Hunt for the Dragons, numbered 56. Yeah, I don't mind them. Maybe they could have been a little bit better, but in general I don't mind them. Something new. David Nofaluma, parallel for the Tigers. Team High Performance for the Raiders. Junior Paulo, parallel for the Eels. Rising Stars, Tyrell Sloan for the Dragons. Jack Bird, parallel for the Dragons. Season to Remember, William Kennedy for the Sharks. Valentine Holmes, parallel for the Cowboys. Raiders parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Ben Trebojevic for Manly. Daniel Saifiti, parallel for Knights. Harry Grant, parallel for Storm. High Performance, William Kennedy and Connor Tracy for the Sharks. Jake Trbojevic, parallel for Manly. Master and Apprentice, Matt Dory for the Bulldogs. Titans parallel checklist. And this is our last packet for box number 4. Rising Stars, Isaac Tago for Panthers, and Tavita Totola parallel for the Rabbits. Now, as I said, I am going to quickly take a toilet break, guys. So, give me a moment. I will mute the video. Alright, okay. Sorry guys, but gotta go. There we go. Rising Stars, Dominic Young for the Knights. Damien Cook, parallel for the Rabbits. I did definitely unmute. Yep, we're good. Rising Stars, Tyson Smoothie. Storm, Brad Parker, parallel for Manly. Jake Averillo, parallel for Bulldogs. High Performance, Josh Hodgson for Raiders. Jack Whiten, parallel for Raiders. Jerome Hughes, parallel for Storm. Master and Apprentice, Stefano Utikamanu for the Tigers. Cody Nigarima, parallel for the Warriors. Rising Stars, Harley Smith Shields for the Raiders. Joe Rara Hargraves, parallel for the Roosters. Blake Ferguson, season to remember for the Eels. Knights parallel checklist. Season to remember, Jaden Brayley for the Knights. Malami Kickout, parallel for Panthers. Broncos parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Jaden Campbell for Titans. Hammer Fido, parallel for Cowboys. Rising Stars, Will Penasini for the Eels. Matt Moylan, parallel for Sharks. Master and Apprentice, Joseph Suwali for the Roosters. James Tamo, parallel for Tigers. Rising Stars, Talator Amon for the Dragons. Regan Campbell Gillard, parallel for the Eels. Club Hero, Cody Walker for the Rabbits. Ben Hunt, parallel for Dragons. Season to remember, Ruben Garrick for Manly. Josh Kerr, parallel for Dragons. Master and Apprentice, and Josh Curran. That's the Master Apprentice Black for the Warriors. Jake Granville, parallel for Cowboys. Rising Stars, Tukimea Simpkins for the Tigers. Reed Marnie for the Eels, parallel. Corey Norman, season to remember for the Eels, for the Dragons. God, Adamson Noah Blake, parallel for the Warriors. Here I am still thinking that every time I read Marnie it throws me off. Thinking in my head, should be Mahoney. Rising Stars, Rocco Aberry for the Warriors. Joey Manu, parallel for the Roosters. High Performance, a Jake Turpin for the Broncos. Panthers Parallel Checklist. Power Hero, Josh Papali for Raiders. Patrick Carrigan, Parallel for Broncos. Cameron Smith, retirement for the Storm. Hudson Young, Parallel for Raiders. Wade Graham, Parallel for Sharks. Rising Stars, Keenan Palacia for the Broncos. Dane Laurie, Parallel for the Tigers. Season to Remember, Sam Walker for the Roosters. Clint Gufferson, Parallel for the Eagles. Rising Stars, Falakiku Manu for the Bulldogs. Cody Ramsey, Parallel for the Dragons. Franklin Pilley, Rising Stars for the Sharks. Joe Stimson, Parallel for the Bulldogs. High Performance, Josh Jackson for the Bulldogs. Jason Tormalolo, Parallel for Cowboys. Tyson Frizzell, Parallel for Knights. High Performance, Reese Robson for the Cowboys. Brian Kelly, Parallel for Titans. Number 5, Power Heroes logo. Campbell Graham, Parallel for Rabbits. Team High Performance for the Tigers. Storm Parallel Checklist. Rising Stars, Murray Talagi for the Cowboys. And Delly Cherry Evans, Parallel for Manly. Season to Remember, Alex Johnston for the Rabbits. Milwaukee Fodawaika, Parallel for Titans. Last but not least, for this box, Jake Clifford, Parallel for Knights. And no white or black authentic SIGs yet. But as Dad was saying anyway, the foil SIGs have the nice team colour and the numbered this year, so I think they're going to be quite popular. Club hero, William Kennedy for the Sharks. Daly Cherry Evans, parallel for Manly. Rising Stars, Talon May for Panthers. Milwaukee Fodawaker, parallel for Titans. Well, what have I done here? Rising Stars, Jason Saab for Manly. And Storm parallel checklist. Season to remember, Ryan Pappenhausen for the Storm, and Damien Cook, parallel for Rabbits. Jake Avarillo, parallel for Bulldogs. Rising Stars, Joseph Suwali for the Roosters. Jack Whiten, parallel for Raiders. High Performance, David Nofaluma for the Tigers. Cody Nikarima, parallel for Warriors. Brian To'o, Power Heroes for Panthers. Jared Rara Hargraves, parallel for Roosters. Jai Arrow, parallel for Rabbits. Rising Stars, Davey Mole for the Rabbits. Balami Kickout, parallel for Panthers. Anthony Don, retirement for the Titans. Broncos parallel checklist. Season to remember, Jared Kroger for the Raiders. Matt Moylan, parallel for Sharks. Master Apprentice for the Storm Black, Jerome Hughes. Big Tino, parallel for the Titans. Rising Stars, Jake Simpkin for the Tigers. James Tarmo, parallel for Tigers. High Performance, Reece Welsh for the Warriors. Regan Campbell-Gillard, parallel for the Eels. Rising Stars, TC Rabadi for the Broncos. Adam Dewey, parallel for Tigers. Season to Remember, Brett Morris for the Roosters. Nathan Brown, parallel for Eels. Mikhail Rawalawa, parallel for Dragons. Season to Remember, Adam Reynolds for the Rabbits. Lachlan Croker, parallel for Manly. Our heroes, number 14, Josh Kerr, parallel for the Dragons. Jake Granville, parallel for Cowboys. Rising Stars, Toby Sexton for the Titans. Jake Clifford, parallel for the Knights. Rising Stars, Heilum Oluki for the Cowboys. Jesse Bromwich, parallel for the Storm. Oh, that's loud. Season to Remember, Reed Marnie for the Eels. Justin Olam, parallel for Storm. Rising Stars, Dean Irema for the Storm. Manly parallel checklist. High Performance, Alex Johnston for the Rabbits. David Cedar, parallel for Titans. Thomas Burgess, parallel for the Rabbits. Team High Performance for the Eels. Jeremy Marshall King, parallel for the Bulldogs. Master and Apprentice, Hammer Fido for the Cowboys. Jaden Brayley, parallel for the Knights. Rising Stars, Teague Wilton for the Sharks. Elliot Whitehead, parallel for the Raiders. Zach Womack, Season to Remember for the Dragons. Josh Curran, parallel for the Warriors. Rising Stars, Edward Cosey for the Warriors, Victor Bradley, parallel for the Roosters, James Fisher-Harris, parallel for Panthers, Rising Stars, Aaron Shute for the Bulldogs, Kyle Felt, parallel for Cowboys, high performance, Anari Tuala for the Knights, Jordan Ricky, parallel for Broncos. Alright, another box down. Master and Apprentice, Isaac Targo for the Panthers. Sharks parallel checklist. So we got halfway through the case, guys. This makes roughly 9 boxes we've done. Luciano Leilua, parallel for the Tigers. Can I whinge about the noise? I'm not having any break cards sent out. Can I whinge about the noise?
Yeah, whinge about it all you like, doesn't matter listening to you.
Valami Vailea, Rising Stars for the Warriors. Jerome Luai, parallel for Panthers. Club Heroes, Jordan Rapana for the Raiders. Tony Staggs, parallel for Broncos. Kobe Hetherington, Rising Stars for Broncos. William Kennedy, parallel for Sharks. High performance, Mitch Rain for the Titans. Jack Hetherington, parallel for the Bulldogs. Master and Apprentice, Mitchell Moses, and that's the black for the Eagles. Sione Katoa, parallel for the Sharks. Season to remember, Joseph Sawali for the Roosters. David Nofaluma, parallel for the Tigers. Junior Paulo, parallel for the Eels. Bailey Biondi Otto, Rising Stars for Bulldogs. Jack Bird, parallel for Dragons. High Performance, Lachlan Croker for Manly. Valentine Holmes, parallel for Cowboys. Season to Remember, Jaden Ockenbaugh for the Bulldogs. Thomas Flegler, parallel for Broncos. Oh. Darren Latin Zalesniak, Power Heroes for the Warriors. Daniel Saifiti, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Dejan Assi for the Cowboys. Harry Grant, parallel for the Storm. Jake Trbojevic, parallel for Manly. Rising Stars, Lachlan Elias for the Rabbits. Brian Toto, parallel for Panthers. Season to Remember, Thomas Burgess for the Rabbits. Titans parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Matt Croker for the Knights. Davida Totola, parallel for the Rabbits. Master Apprentice, William Kennedy for the Sharks. Corey Thompson, parallel for Titans. Season to Remember, Alexander Brimson, parallel for the Titans. Luke Thompson, parallel for Bulldogs. Power Heroes, James Tedesco for the Roosters. Raiders parallel checklist. Master and Apprentice, Emery Gula for the Raiders. James Tedesco, parallel for the Roosters. Chanel Harris Tavita, parallel for Warriors. Rising Stars, Matthew Tomoko for the Raiders. Angus Crichton, parallel for the Roosters. Season to Remember, Mitchell Pearce for the Knights. Liam Martin, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Warumu Greg for the Eels. Tyson Gamble, parallel for Broncos. Rising Stars, Egan Butcher for the Roosters. Warriors parallel checklist. Reid Marnie high performance for the Eels. Toby Rudolph, parallel for the Sharks. Pano Itamanu, parallel for the Tigers. I swear he's got it timed every time I speak. Team high performance for the Sharks. Mitchell Moses, parallel for the Eels. Rising Stars, Tyrell Sloan for the Dragons. Dragons parallel checklist. Season to remember, Tommy Turbo for Manly. Reece Robson, parallel for the Cowboys. Josh Papali, parallel for the Raiders. Rising Stars, Ben Pavlovic for Manly. Kalen Ponga, parallel for Whites. Our first black for the Panthers, Dylan Edwards. Number 53. Ryan Pappenhausen, parallel for Storm. Brayley, high performance for the Sharks. Josh Schuster, parallel for Manly. Another box done and dusted. Rising Stars, Isaac Tago for Panthers. Cameron Murray, parallel for the Rabbits. Rising Stars, Taylor May, Big Tino from Titans. Season to remember, Ryan Pappenhausen from the Storm. Jai Arrow, parallel for the Rabbits. Andrew McCulloch, Club Hero, Immortals, okay. Club Hero for the Dragons. Lachlan Croker, parallel for Manly. Corey Allen, parallel for Bulldogs. Rising Stars, and Joseph Suwali for the Roosters. Joseph Tapine, parallel for Raiders. High performance, Alex Twal for the Tigers. Eliza Katoa, parallel for the Warriors. Rising Stars, Jason Saab for Manly. Jesse Bromwich, parallel for Storm. Daniel Saifidi, Power Heroes for Knights. Sam Walker, parallel for the Roosters. Rising Stars, Davey Mole for the Rabbits. Stephen Crichton, parallel for the Panthers. Tessie New, parallel for Broncos. Keon Kolomatangi, parallel for Rabbits. Season to remember, Jared Croker for the Raiders. Renato Mulitalo, parallel for the Sharks. Hey Adam. Parsons. Jake Simpkin, Rising Stars for the Tigers. Tommy Talau, parallel for Tigers. High performance, Roger Tuivasa-Sheck for the Warriors. Dylan Brown, parallel for the Eels. This is still 141, yeah. Bit of a slow start to it, but we're starting to get through it a bit quicker now. Master and Apprentice, Herbie Farnworth. That's Black Master and Apprentice for the Broncos. Alexander Brimson, parallel for the Titans. These are actually, this break is the first time I've opened 22 traders, so I was too busy looking and trying to figure out what was going on. TC Rabati, Rising Stars for the Broncos. Luke Brooks, parallel for the Tigers. Season to remember, Brett Morris for the Roosters. Eels parallel checklist. Tarek Sims, parallel for the Dragons. Valentine Holmes, Power Heroes for the Cowboys. Blake Laurie, parallel for Dragons. Scott Drinkwater, parallel for the Cowboys. Rising Stars, Toby Sexton for the Titans. Bradman Best, parallel for Knights. Season to remember, Reid Marnie for the Eels. Felice Kafusi, parallel for Storm. Season to remember, Adam Reynolds for the Rabbits. Hamali Olakatu, parallel for Manly. No legends. What do we get? We got Black Sig. We got that not long ago. I can't remember what team that was now. Rising Stars, Adine Arima for the Storm. Kieran Florin, parallel for Manly. I think it was Panthers actually. Yeah, it was. We got Panthers Black Sig. High Performance, Thomas Burgess for the Rabbits. Aaron Clark, parallel for Titans. And here's our whites. Mr. Christian Welsh for the Storm. That is number 107. Roto's parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Holum Luki for the Cowboys. Nelson Asafa Solomona, parallel for Storm. Team High Performance for the Cowboys. Josh Jackson, parallel for Bulldogs. Rising Stars, Teague Wilton for the Sharks. Ryan Sutton, parallel for Raiders. Season to remember, Zach Lomax for the Dragons. Ewan Aiken, parallel for Warriors. Master and Apprentice, Valentine Holmes for the Cowboys. Mitchell Barnett, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Edward Cossey for the Warriors. Joseph Suwali, parallel for the Roosters. Nathan Cleary, parallel for Panthers. High Performance, David Clemmer for the Knights. Payne Huss, parallel for Broncos. Oh. Rising Stars, Aaron Shoup for the Bulldogs. Tom Dearden, parallel for Cowboys. Right. Last packet for the box. Sounds coming out a bit alien-like. Okay. It's always good. Master and Apprentice is Yo for Panthers. Blake Brayley, parallel for Sharks. 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 We'll have to see if that helps. Yo for Panthers. Blake Brayley, parallel for Sharks. Let me know if that's any better, Adam. Obviously the repeat sound didn't help anything, but Rising Stars, Valami Vailea for the Warriors. Liam Martin, parallel for Panthers. Master and Apprentice, Herbie Farmworth for the Broncos. Roosters Checklist, parallel for Club Heroes, Hylam Lukey for the Cowboys. Tyson Gamble, parallel for Broncos. Cheers, mate. Just unplugged and plug it back in. Thanks, Matt, as well. Rising Stars, Matt Croker for the Knights. Cameron Murray, parallel for the Rabbits. Rising Stars, Kobe Hetherington for the Broncos. Toby Rudolph, parallel for the Sharks. Alex Twal, parallel for Tigers. Season to remember, Nathan Cleary for Panthers. Stefano Utokumanu for the Tigers. High Performance, Milwaukee Fodawaka for the Titans. Luke Thompson, parallel for the Bulldogs. Toby Rudolph, Power Heroes for the Sharks. Josh Papali, parallel for Raiders. Papaliki. Mitchell Moses, parallel for Eels. Season to remember, Sam Williams for the Raiders. Herbie Farnworth, parallel for Broncos. Master and Apprentice, Black. Phoenix Crossland for the Knights. Jesse Ramian, parallel for the Sharks. So I'll have a break to probably have something to eat, and then I'll be back with the next one too, guys. Rising Stars, Bailey Biondi Otto for the Bulldogs. Dragons parallel checklist. Ruben Garrick, high performance for Manly. Reece Robertson, parallel for Cowboys. Kieran Foran, Power Heroes for Manly. Kalen Ponga, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Lachlan Elias for the Rabbits. Isaiah Yeo, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Dejan Assi for the Cowboys. Ryan Pappenhausen, parallel for Storm. Josh Schuster, parallel for Manly. Season to remember, Hammer Fido for the Cowboys. Corey Thompson, parallel for Titans. Kenneth Bromwich, parallel for the Storm. High performance, William Kennedy for the Sharks. Jason Saab, parallel for Manly. Master and Apprentice, Josh Jackson for the Bulldogs. Kevin Proctor, parallel for bloody Titans. Rising Stars, Egan Butcher for the Roosters. Jace Tavega, parallel for Warriors. Retirements, Justin O'Neill for the Cowboys. Warriors parallel checklist. Matthew Tomoko, Rising Stars for the Raiders. James Tedesco, parallel for the Roosters. Season to remember, Xavier Coates for the Broncos. Brian To'o, parallel for Panthers. Jordan Rapana, parallel for the Raiders. Rising Stars, Rimu Grieg for the Eels. Thomas Flegler, parallel for Broncos. High Performance, Clint Gutherson for the Eels. Sione Katoa, parallel for the Sharks. Luciano Leilua, parallel for Tigers. Season to remember, Jesse Bromwich for Storm. Nick Kotrick, parallel for Bulldogs. Team High Performance for the Broncos. Ryan Madison, parallel for the Eels. Rising Stars, Tyrell Sloan for the Dragons. Zach Lomax, parallel for the Dragons. Season to remember, William Kennedy for the Sharks. Cowboys parallel checklist. I don't believe so. Cowboys. No numbers on the retirements. It's the foil SIGs that I've been mentioning are now numbered that weren't in the past. Rising Stars, Isaac Tago for Panthers. Latrell Mitchell, parallel for the Rabbits. Did anyone see the pictures of him firing up at training? Ben Trebojevic for Manly. Rising Stars, Mitchell Pearce, parallel for Knights. I'm not sure if you got a chance to watch the beginning, Adam, either. We showed an error with the Legends case card. It's still got Laurie Daly on the back. Assuming that's just the case card and not the main one. Maybe that's why they're redemptions. They had to be remade. Jake Averillo, season to remember for the Bulldogs. William Kennedy, parallel for Sharks. Rising Stars, Zach Sheeny for the Tigers. David Nofaluma, parallel for Tigers. Junior Paulo, parallel for Eels. So including this box, guys, we've got 4 boxes left. Retirement, Boyd Cordner for the Roosters. Apasai Coruscant, parallel for Panthers. High Performance, Justin Olam for the Storm. Jack Bird, parallel for the Dragons. Master and Apprentice, Jerome Hughes for the Storm. Valentine Holmes, parallel for Cowboys. Rising Stars, Greg Marzu for the Titans. Daniel Saifidi, parallel for the Knights. Season to Remember, Daniel Saifidi for the Knights. Satili Tupunua for the Roosters. Is that right? Satili Tupunua. I haven't heard that one. Season to Remember, Luke Brooks for the Tigers. Harry Grant, parallel for the Storm. I wish it was. Reboney's alright there. Jake Trbojevic for Manly, parallel. Trent Loiro, Rising Stars for the Storm. Titans parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Xavier Savage for the Raiders. Darren Watine Zalesniak, parallel for the Warriors. Master and Apprentice, Kevin Proctor for the Titans. Davida Totola, parallel for the Rabbits. Rising Stars, Luke Metcalf for the Sharks. Jack Hetherington, parallel for the Bulldogs. Club Hero for Nathan Cleary. Panthers, Charles Nicole Clockstead, parallel for the Raiders. Season to Remember, Roger Tuivasa-Sheck for the Warriors. Raiders parallel checklist. Master and Apprentice, Josh Jackson, black for the Bulldogs. Chanel Harris Tavita, parallel for the Warriors. Rising Stars, Gerard Mimosa for the Knights. Bulldogs parallel checklist. Ian McCulloch parallel for Dragons. Season to remember, Daly Cherry Evans for Manly. I swear that's a similar photo to the one last year too. Cohen Hess parallel for Cowboys. Rising Stars, Josh Schuster for Manly. Jacob Saifidi parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Jaden Sullivan for the Dragons. Micah Sivo parallel for Eels. High Performance, Brian To'o for Panthers. Christian Welsh parallel for Storm. Alexander Brimson, Power Heroes for Titans. Tommy Turbo, parallel for Manly. Jared Wallace, parallel for Titans. Harry Grant, Power Heroes for Storm. Tigers parallel checklist. Jermaine Hopgood, Rising Stars for Panthers. Cody Walker, parallel for the Rabbits. Season to remember, and Dave Fifita for the Titans. Corey Waddell, parallel for the Bulldogs. Rising Stars, Sam Walker for the Roosters. Emery Gula, parallel for the Raiders. High Performance, a Jack Bird for the Dragons. Sifa Talakai, parallel for the Sharks. Unfortunately, it's what we have to work with, getting the stock late. It's all rush now. Daniel Tupou, High Performance for the Roosters. Tohu Harris, parallel for Warriors. Daniel Tupou, parallel for Roosters. Team High Performance for the Titans. Jerome Luai, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Hayes Dunster for the Eels. Jake Turpin, parallel for Broncos. Rising Stars, Blake Taff for the Rabbits. Katoni Staggs, parallel for Broncos. Angus Crichton, parallel for Roosters. That's another box down, guys. Rising Stars, Zach Sheeny for the Tigers. Tigers parallel checklist. Marcus Sivo, parallel for the Eels. Brendan Smith, high performance for the Storm. Andrew McCulloch, parallel for Dragons. Master Apprentice, Phoenix Crossland for the Knights. Cohen Hess, parallel for Cowboys. Season to remember, and Josh Adokar for the Storm. Bulldogs parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Greg Marzu for the Titans. And Jacob Saifidi, parallel for Knights. Season to remember, Isaiah Papali'i for the Eels. Christian Welsh, parallel for Storm. Tom Trbojevic, parallel for Manly. Rising Stars, Jermaine Hopgood for Panthers. Keon Kolomatangi, parallel for Rabbits. Rabbitohs. Rising Stars, Trent Louro for the Storm. Jared Wallace, parallel for Titans. Master and Apprentice, Amali Olakutu. Cody Walker, parallel for Rabbits. Foil Sig for the Tigers, Adam Dewey. Nice low number for Out of 250, it's nice and low anyway. Number 10. Alexander Brinson, parallel for Titans. Luke Metcalf, Rising Stars for Sharks. Corey Waddell, parallel for Bulldogs. Season to remember, Matt Duffy for the Dragons. Emery Gula, parallel for the Raiders. Power Hero, Tommy Talau for the Tigers. Hamali Olakatu, parallel for Manly. Master and Apprentice Black, Joseph Suwali for the Roosters. Tohu Harris, parallel for Warriors. High Performance Isaiah Yo for Panthers. Nelson Asafa Solomona, parallel for Storm. Daniel Tupou, parallel for Roosters. Season to remember, Chad Townsend for the Sharks. Tom Dearden, parallel for Cowboys. Rising Stars, Josh Schuster for Manly. Mitchell Barnett, parallel for Knights. Tarek Sims, parallel for Dragons. Rising Stars, Jira Momoisi for the Knights. Josh Jackson, parallel for Bulldogs. Club Heroes, matching pair, Teddy for the Roosters. Ryan Sutton, parallel for Raiders. Rising Stars, Xavier Savage for Raiders. Ewan Aiken, parallel for Warriors. Rising Stars, Jaden Sullivan for the Dragons. Eels, parallel checklist. Season to remember, Alex Glenn for the Broncos. Joseph Suwali, parallel for Roosters. Nathan Cleary, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Hayes Dunster for the Eels. Payne Huss, parallel for Broncos. Power Heroes, Ben Hunt for the Dragons. Luke Brooks, parallel for Tigers. High Performance is Isaac Liu for the Roosters. Alan Watine Zalesniak, parallel for Warriors. Satili Tupinua, parallel for Roosters. Andrew McCulloch, High Performance for tackles in the Dragons. Blake Brayley, parallel for the Sharks. High Performance, a team High Performance for the Knights. Apasai Coruscant, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Blake Tuff for the Rabbits. Jake Turpin, parallel for Broncos. Season to Remember, Jordan Rapana for the Raiders. Siasif Talakai, parallel for the Sharks. Alright, last packet for this box. Rising Stars, Sam Walker for the Roosters. Chance Nicole Klokstad, parallel for the Raiders. Season to Remember, Valentine Holmes for the Cowboys. Brian Kelly, parallel for the Titans. Season to Remember, Ewan Aiken for the Warriors. Jazz Tavega, parallel for the Warriors. Rocco Berry, Rising Stars for the Warriors. Roosters parallel checklist. High Performance, Xavier Coates for the Broncos. Isaiah Yeo, parallel for Panthers. Rising Stars, Dominic Young for the Knights. Campbell Graham, parallel for the Rabbitohs. Powerhouse Junior Paulo for the Eels. Power Heroes, whatever. Herbie Farmworth, parallel for Broncos. Power Heroes. Powerhouse sounds better. Blake Green retirements for the Knights. Jordan Rapana, parallel for the Raiders. Jesse Ramian, parallel for Sharks. Kenneth Bromwich, parallel for Storm. Rising Stars, Keenan Palacia for the Broncos. Alex 12, parallel for the Tigers. Joe Stimson, parallel for Bulldogs. Franklin Peely, Rising Stars for Sharks. Nick Kotrick, parallel for Bulldogs. High Performance, Jordan Rapana for the Raiders. Hudson Young, parallel for the Raiders. Season to Remember, Matt Burton for Panthers. Reed Marnie, parallel for Eels. Season to Remember, Adam Dewey for Tigers. Mitchell Pearce, parallel for Knights. Master and Apprentice, Josh Curran for the Warriors. Adam Fanua Blake, parallel for the Warriors. Rising Stars, Harley Smith Shields for the Raiders. Joey Manu, parallel for the Roosters. Hopefully he comes back strong. Yeah, please. Trying to figure out what I was going to have. I'm hungry. Season to Remember, Albert Kelly for the Broncos. Panthers parallel checklist. Dry Arrow, Power Heroes for the Rabbitohs. Latrell Mitchell, parallel for the Rabbitohs. Rising Stars, Falakiku Manu for the Bulldogs. Ben Hunt, parallel for the Dragons. High Performance, Nick Meaney for the Bulldogs. Mr. Hammer Fitto, parallel for the Cowboys. Rising Stars, Jaden Campbell for the Titans. Cowboys parallel checklist. High performance, Kyle Felt for the Cowboys. Kevin Proctor, parallel for Titans. Knights parallel checklist. Team high performance for the Roosters. Jerome Hughes, parallel for Storm. Rising Stars, Murray Talagi for the Cowboys. Brad Parker, parallel for Manly. Patrick Carrigan, parallel for Broncos. Okay. Will Bassini, Rising Stars for the Eels. Wade Graham, parallel for Sharks. Master and Apprentice, Jaden Sullivan for the Dragons. Dane Laurie, parallel for Tigers. Alright, getting to the end. Luke Brooks, club hero for the Tigers. Zach Lomax, parallel for Dragons. Rising Stars, Taltor Amor for the Dragons. Clint Gutherson, parallel for the Eels. Season to remember, Wade Graham for the Sharks. Cody Ramsey, parallel for Dragons. Is there a silencer on there or something? Rising Stars, Tyson Smoothie for the Storm. Jason Saab, parallel for Manly. Master and Apprentice, William Kennedy, that's a black for the Sharks. Jason Tormalolo, parallel for Cowboys. Tyson Frizzell, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Chukimia Simpkins for the Tigers. Ryan Madison, parallel for the Eels. Alright, we are up to our last box, guys. Our priority. So let's see what we can find. I don't even know what they're looking for, to be honest. We got numbered version. High performance team is priority, and you calling Master and Apprentice variation. There you go. So you reckon there's a blacks in the normal unnumbered? Yeah. So you reckon there's a numbered black? Right, okay. There we go, we'll find out. I'm sure plenty of you probably already know, but I'm still trying to figure it all out and make it stick in your head. Give it a couple of breaks and we'll be right. Reed Marnie, parallel for Eels. High Performance, Brian Toto for Panthers. Luciano Leilua, parallel for Tigers. Power Heroes, Junior Paulo for the Eels. Ryan Madison, parallel for the Eels. Jack Lomax, parallel for Dragons. Trent Leroux, Rising Stars for Storm. Ben Hunt, parallel for Dragons. Master and Apprentice, Bo Formore for the Titans. Hamaso Fido, parallel for the Cowboys. Rising Stars, Jermaine Hopgood for Panthers. Cowboys parallel checklist. Season to remember, Dave Fafita for Titans. Mitchell Pearce, parallel for Knights. Rising Stars, Sam Walker for the Roosters. Kenneth Bromwich, parallel for Storm. High Performance, Daniel Tupou for the Roosters. Jason Saab, parallel for Manly. Kevin Proctor, parallel for Titans. Luke Metcalf, Rising Stars for the Sharks. Knights parallel checklist. Season to remember, Roger Tuivasa-Sheck for the Warriors. Jerome Hughes, parallel for Storm. There we go. So it's just a numbered version of the Master and Apprentice Black.
I was right.
Yep. Out of 23, number 10, Matt Dory. So there's two black skies, one numbered, one unnumbered. Brad Parker, parallel for Manly. Brian Kelly, parallel for Titans. And there's our team high performance. Number 19 out of 45 for Manly. Latrell Mitchell, parallel for Rabbitohs. Rising Stars, Blake Taff for the Rabbits. Nick Kotrick, parallel for Bulldogs. So there's 2 priority hits. I'm not sure how many, may only be 2. Season to remember, Jake Averillo for the Bulldogs. And Jordan Rapana, parallel for Raiders. Rising Stars, Gerard Mamasia for the Knights. Kalen Ponga, parallel for the Knights. Rising Stars, Zach Sini for the Tigers. Jazz Tavega, parallel for the Warriors. Alright, we're on the home stretch now, guys. Last half of the priority box. Roosters parallel checklist. So don't forget, we do have to randomise these between the teams. We'll keep them in order. High performance, Justin Olam for the Storm. Isaiah Yeo, parallel for Panthers. Club Hero, Tommy Turbo for Manly. Ryan Pappenhausen, parallel for Storm. Rising Stars, Xavier Savage for the Raiders. Josh Schuster, parallel for Manly. Season to remember, Daniel Saifidi for the Knights. Corey Thompson, parallel for Titans. Retirement, Russell Packer for the Tigers. Cameron Murray, parallel for Rabbits. Rising Stars, Hayes Dunster for the Eels. Luke Thompson, parallel for the Bulldogs. High performance, Jack Bird for the Dragons. Josh Papali, parallel for the Raiders. Master and Apprentice, Cooper Johns for the Storm. Herbie Farmworth, parallel for Broncos. Seven packs left, guys. Almost there. Rising Stars, Greg Marzu for the Titans. Jesse Ramian, parallel for Sharks. Power Hero, Ojai Arrow for the Rabbitohs. Warriors parallel checklist. Rising Stars, Jaden Sullivan for the Dragons. James Tedesco, parallel for Roosters. Ryan Toto, parallel for Panthers. Season to remember, Daly Cherry Evans for Manly. Thomas Flegler, parallel for Broncos. 2 packets left. Yoo-hoo. Josh Schuster, Rising Stars for Manly. Sione Katoa, parallel for Sharks. And last but not least, season to remember, Luke Brooks and Alex Twal, parallel for Tigers. Alright, well, that's it for this break. Thanks for tuning in. We did get the Roosters Tedesco case card. And before I turn off, is there an Elite 2021? No, I don't believe so. Don't do that to me. God damn. Dad! I need an Elite hobby box.
Sorry?
I need an Elite hobby box.
Elite copy box.
Yeah,
Did we do that?
yeah.
I thought you checked it.
I did, but I didn't. Yeah. Alright. Thank you, Matt. Really appreciate that. Don't be sorry, I appreciate it. Yes, there is. Jeff's onto it. So yeah, we'll save them a bit longer. We'll put these away. That's alright. Elite doesn't seem to take as long as Traders. So we should be able to smash that one out. Yeah, no, I appreciate doing it now before we finish the video. And once I switched over to do the Razzes, I don't normally check the comments until, yeah, I'm finished anyway. So, alright. Had me hopes up. Almost there. Still almost there. That's alright. Yeah, doesn't matter if they cool down a little bit. Quicker to eat. Jack Whiten, Indigenous All-Stars. Enforcers, a Dylan Napa for the Bulldogs. Josh Morris, parallel for the Roosters. Latrell Mitchell, parallel for the Rabbits. Martin Tapau, parallel for Manly. Dally M and Jack Whiten for the Raiders. Ben Hunt, parallel for Dragons. Enforcers, Jared Wallace for the Titans. John's Nicola Klokstad in Maori All-Stars. These even seem to open easier. Master Series, Darius Boyd, so that's another randomisation. Thomas Flegler, parallel for Broncos. Jerome Luai, parallel for Panthers. Oh, sorry guys, we have import. White League sensation, Mr. Dane Gagai. Number 50 out of 80. David Clemmer, parallel for Knights. Enforcers, Aaron Woods for the Sharks. Indigenous All-Stars, Andrew Fafita. Corbin McGregor, Maori All-Stars. I have to double check that. Georgia Hale, Enforcers for Warriors. Come on, no mojos yet. We've got to be getting close. Tigers parallel checklist. Captains, Alex Glenn for the Broncos. Ruby, Mr. Stephen Crichton for the Panthers. Number 23. Cohen Hess, parallel for Cowboys. Young Gun, Adam Pompey for the Warriors. Simon Harry, Granny Call. Simon Harry. Charlie Staines, Young Guns for Panthers. Enforcers, Jason Thormalolo for Cowboys. Dalian, James Fisher-Harris for Panthers. Kevin Proctor, parallel for Titans. 3 packets left. Enforcers, Tavita Pengai Jr. for Broncos. Second last, Josh Adugan, parallel for Sharks. Well, last but not least, Sapphire, Tyrone Peachy. And that's a number 15. Alright, for the Titans. And a Justin Olam parallel for the Storm. Thanks, Matt. Thanks for sticking around. We will quickly flick over screens. Which one are we? This one. There we go. So we'll start back to front. So the first cards that come out. Number 61 out of 200. The Powerhouse Green, number 5. So it's the first logo, which will be a Broncos, Raiders, Bulldogs, Sharks, Titans, Manly, Storm, Knights. I'm missing. How many we got? No, we're good. Alright, here we go. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Sharks. I meant to copy that list, but oh well. Alright. So now we have the Power Heroes Pink. Number 50 out of 150. Number 1, 2, and 3. Raiders taking that one home. Alright. Next is Power Heroes Green, number 14. And that is number 12 out of 200. Which goes with Cowboys, Eels, Panthers. I really need to make sure I got my list up next time. Dragons, Roosters, Warriors, and Tigers. Alright, number 1. Number 2, and lucky last, number 3 for the Eels. Alright, unfortunately we go back to A. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I should be able to grab a list. This 141, yep, okay. So this is just for the normal Powerhouse. We have 2 of each to do. Number 1, number 2, and a lucky last, number 3. With the Raiders, so I'm sticking to the way these come out of the packets, guys, so we are switching backwards and forwards. So these are just for the standard Power Heroes. 2, 3. Tigers, Dylan Cameron. And next up, we go back to the first set. Alright, number 1, number 2, and number 3. Scott Cremo with the Raiders again. That's a bit rigged. Alright. This is our last power hero. Number 1, number 2, number 3, Cowboys for Ryan Morris. And we have one more to do, which is for all 16, the Lonely Darius Boyd card. Number 1, number 2, and lucky last, number 3, Roosters, Paddy Daly. Alright, well, thank you all for joining me. I will be back a little bit later after I have some lunch and take photos with 142, and if we have enough time we'll sneak 143 in a bit later. Alright, that's it guys, we're out.